panelists, they don't need any further introduction because they were our presenters, Rose and Henry. Right after Rose is Jackson Tinga. He's a senior manager, training, public education, and lead international and local partnership at Nairobi Stock Exchange. It's quite a mouthful. Jackson is a market and business development specialist in the financial sector with over 17 years of experience. He's a founding member of the Nairobi Stock Exchange Academy and the Nairobi Stock Exchange Digital Academy. He's also the chairperson of capacity development in the East African Securities Exchange Association. He's basically the go-to guy with regard to capacity development. He's a guy that I want to be when I grow up. Unfortunately, I'm 2 years older than him. Next to Jackson is Mikhail Habte. He's a senior project manager at the Ethiopian Stock Exchange. It's a thing now, yeah. He's tasked with designing, establishing, and launching the Ethiopian Stock Exchange. He has over 15 years of financial industry experience, possessing financial market research expertise from working at global giants such as Citigroup and Bloomberg. Next to Michael is Hannah Tadla, the Senior Capital Market Legal Advisor at Ethiopian Capital Market Authority. Hannah is a licensed lawyer in the US and the UK. And before defecting to law, she has a CPA also, Chartered Public Accountant from the US. She has worked at the US Security Exchange Commission, which is basically the Capital Market Authority for the US, where she became a special counsel in the Disclosure Operations Unit of the Division of Corporate Finance. It was clear that she was part of the team that developed a comprehensive set of rules relating to the registration, disclosure, and reporting requirements for asset-backed securities. Hannah has also served in the UK Listing Authority, where she developed and launched its first ever publicly available legal guidance repository for the UK market participants, covering the listing, disclosure, transparency, and corporate governance requirements. At the far end there is Ato Sirak Solomon, who is Senior Legal Advisor at Ethiopian Capital Market Authority. Ato Sirak is an experienced legal professional with a career spanning well over 2 decades. He is licensed to practice law in the US, where he spent 13 years working as a corporate lawyer. He was also a key member of the team that set up the Ethiopian Commodity Exchange, so he knows a thing or two about exchange. So with this, I slide easily into the panel discussion. You have to excuse me if I jump out of my seat because I used to be a lecturer in the university, so really difficult for me to stay stationary, but I'll try. So from the discussions we had with African experiences as well, I've been reading about some of the experiences, and then some stock markets really fascinate me. Not probably in a positive way, but we can learn something about them, and then probably we've designed something not to repeat some of the mistakes probably what happened there. Just to give you a flavor of it, Algeria Stock Exchange was established like 26 years ago. It has 5 listed companies. Rwanda Stock Exchange was established in 2011, relatively young. There are 10 listings. Douala Stock Exchange in Cameroon, it was established in 2001. That's basically 22 years. When it gets off, it started with 1 listing. And after 5 years in 2006, it got to a whopping 2. And that's where it is. Relatively strong capital markets like Kenya, there was an IPO drought for over probably 5, 6, 7 years. So what do you think will be, especially from African experience, what do you advise for a capital markets that we are trying to build from a ground up? And then for the local experts here, is there anything that we've designed so that this will not be the case in our situation? By the way, I'm not forwarding the question to any particular individual. Anyone can have a stab at it. There's the microphone over there. If you need one, I will give you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. And sometimes when you wish to be like people, they might be going through worse times than you who is there. So I think I would not be doing justice to speak before my senior, who mentored me this capital market. So as much as Mike has chosen me, I would like Rose to tell us some of the experiences. I'm a student of Rose. She's one person I respect a lot. So I would rather add on what my teacher says than trying to correct my teacher.
I think I want to resign right now as a teacher. But before I do so, let me make a comment. The facts you've given us are true, and they are very depressing. They are not good facts because our capital markets are not growing. And I have seen study after study on why they are not growing. I personally believe that each country is unique. There are countries that have grown very fast. There are countries that even now we have listings. Jackson will tell you we have had very few listings in Kenya in the last 5 to 10 years. And you need, and before I say that, a place like Wall Street, unbeknown to you, read the history, it's online. It grew for a long time without tight regulation. And after it had grown to something of substance, then the hard laws began to be applied. And so there is not a wrong or right answer to that question. Each nation must look at itself, its companies, its incentives, its frameworks, its reason for establishing a capital market, and create a strategic plan to help you grow your capital markets. If you copy and paste what other people are doing, it may not work for you. But some of the things that we could do is, number one, to incentivize our companies. And incentives can be from tax, for example. For a long time, we had tax as an incentive. At least when I began working in Kenya, tax was one of the things or incentives that we gave to companies. And we saw quite a bit of listing. The other thing that we did is to have the government do a privatization. Companies like Safaricom, for example, was privatized. Kenya Power and Lighting was privatized. National Bank of Kenya was privatized. Kenya Commercial Bank was privatized. In other words, there needs to be a senior partner who is going to make that decision. In preparing to come here, I looked at the many governmental institutions that are here in Ethiopia, quasi-government institutions. Those, if I was the one leading the capital markets, I would quickly run to the government and say, if you want us to grow this market, show us your commitment. Sorry, somebody is not liking what I am saying on the government. Please, you can have been switched off. So if I was the one, I would go to government with a list of those companies that we can quickly put in the capital markets and show the strategy of putting those companies in the capital markets, the effect they would have on the market, on our people, on getting revenue for government, and persuade the government to privatize them. So those are some of the things that we could do, but there has to be absolute commitment. Without commitment to grow your market, you'll not make it. And it's not half-hearted. It is total commitment. Quickly passing of those incentives, whether via the budget or other policy ways, needs to be done. Then the next thing I would do
they don't need any further introduction because they were our presenters, Rose and Henry. Right after Rose is
be done. Then the next thing I would do is get together private companies and present to them or try to show them the business case for listing. Why should they list? What do they get by listing? What impact will their listing have? And there are many benefits that somebody can have in the capital markets, key of which it is getting money from people's pockets and saving accounts and directing it to where it is needed in terms of development. Really, that's the essence of capital markets, connecting the investors and the needers of capital, if I can use that word, by that whole framework in the middle that we call the capital markets infrastructure, money moving from one point to the other, and of course coming at the other loop as the investment that they make. And so there are many things you could do. There's never a right or wrong answer, but the truth is that we are not growing in that direction. The other thing which I have personally observed is the role of banks. The role of banks. Banks, I don't know how many banks people, and I saw many of my friends from the banking sector during lunch. I don't know if they have left now, I can't, they are there, yes. The role of banks, the cost of capital, a case must be created on the role of banks in creating the market. It has to be very conscientious that the banks would want to participate in creating our capital markets. I know they are competitors in terms of the product of capital, and yet if you close your eyes from developing your capital markets, then you don't develop your industries, and it affects you finally because you as the banking sector have not supported the capital markets. And so it really is decision, it is commitment, it is really deciding that you're going to grow your capital markets, and everybody is moving in that same direction. I wish I was in this country actually in the capital markets to relive my life again and become young.
Thank you very much, Los. As Los has insisted about the growth of the capital market, from where I sit, there's one fundamental thing that Mike and your team, you must do, and is creating value proposition. One of the biggest challenge that everybody faces in our capital market space is being classified as an elitist space. When people look at people from the stock market, capital market, people think that we are supposed to be putting on a face of seriousness and in very nice suits. And it has gone to the levels that is quite worrying, even in our market alone, that when you tell a company to come and list, the first question that they'll ask you is, show me the value proposition. Show me what are the benefits. And I remember that question was asked me by one of our senior people in Kenya when we listed Deacons. He told me there are only two value propositions for me as a businessman when it comes to joining the capital market. One, if I list my company, I expect either to expand my business or two, to reduce the cost of running that business. Unfortunately, when we listed Deacons, our cost of operation has gone up and our business is shrinking. So I was left with a lot of thoughts, and actually I think it was very meditated for that gentleman to ask that question. We have to ask ourselves, are we in the market to enable our own companies create capital, create value for their shareholders, and we are also making it very expensive for them? So the cost of listing, the cost of transaction in the market must be very clearly anticipated. Number two is the message that you spread across. You can imagine, and Yanis has alluded to that. Today we are talking about Rwanda, we are talking about Kenya, Tanzania, name them. But in a country like Kenya, in a population of more than 50 million people, we have less than 1.5 investors. It is good to invest from the issuers, from the market players, and from the regulator. But the biggest burden falls on the regulatory institutions that are going to be in the ecosystem of capital market. You have to look for a way of having a continuous, deliberately created education strategy for the issuers, for the investors, and also for the stakeholders in the market. And I always say, you can learn from or in different ways. But one of the most effective learning that we've known is practical experience. I know in this room from experience, African countries, a bicycle is a mode of transport. In other countries, people take bicycles as a leisure. And if you don't know, it's only a machine that comes without a manual of how to use. Even small gadgets like phones come with that manual. But once you learn how to ride a bicycle, you'll never forget. So the question is, what are we going to create as our bicycles? If you want to list your company, like say you're a bank in Ethiopia or you're an insurance in Ethiopia, why are you struggling and we have listed entities in Kenya? Why are you struggling? We have listed banks in Kenya. Create a relationship that would see you walking to their place and you learn and they tell you the story. Number two is for stakeholders. How do you make listing more efficient? If you start doing a listing and it takes 6 months to conclude one listing, how will that impact to the next client wanting to come for a listing? So it's a combination of many factors, but as I said, and as my senior lawyers have said, there is no correct or wrong answer. It is deliberately deciding that this is a route you want to take. We have senior people here who we have interacted with, and I've told them a very simple thing. Practical skills, exposure, and peer learning is the best when it comes to the financial market. So I would be very happy to have that conversation in terms of a listed company in Kenya having a conversation with a company wishing to list, a stockbroker in Kenya having a conversation with a stockbroker in Ethiopia on how they can answer the business. That is my take for now.
Thank you. A plan from our side, probably from the Ethiopian side.
I really like the fact that, Rosie said there is no right or wrong answer. Because I guess you could say that every country is almost the same, but every country is unique. So there are certain things that we need to take from other countries as a matter of best practices, for example. But again, it's not something that you copy and paste or drag and drop and just bring down to Ethiopia. It has to be tailored to the Ethiopian market. And I think this is something that our team says very often in almost every presentation we make. We always talk about tailoring it to Ethiopia. And that's part of our latecomer advantage in many ways. So in that sense, you're right, there is no right or wrong answer. I think a key point for us to remember is that the capital markets has to be founded on solid legal and regulatory framework. And as part of that regulatory framework, that's where we can take lessons from other jurisdictions to see how they've laid out the duties, the obligations, and the responsibilities of the various participants. And from there also, certain aspects, for example, rules and regulations such as dispute resolution. It's going to happen at some point or another. There's going to be somebody that's going to disagree. How do those mechanisms work out? That has to be clearly laid out. It has to be efficient so that disputes are resolved quickly. So those are the kind of things that we can take certainly from other jurisdictions, and that's the advice actually we would take from a lot of our neighbors. Another point I'd raise also is the question of the carrot and the stick, and that's really the incentivization explanation or topics that have been raised. It's not necessarily always the case that the stick works, particularly when people are not really familiar with the benefits of the capital markets. And I think once people are familiar with the benefits of the capital markets, I think that will be an innate incentive in its own right. But then there are specific incentives, obviously, that the government can take to encourage capital markets activities. So I'm just going to refer to a little bit about the US, because I was at my very first job, I was a tax lawyer actually designing financial products that were tax incentivized, where there was pass-through taxation. Meaning that there isn't a double layer of taxation for certain types of financial products. That's not always a good thing, but for certain products it is a very logical thing. And that might be some way of encouraging listing, particularly when we're looking at financial products that allow for a wider range of financial inclusion, such as collective investment schemes or funds, basically, mutual funds. These kind of financial products you'll find are often traded on exchanges, but these kind of structures really come about when the right kind of incentives have been put in place. Not just the rules, because we can easily write the rules, and those rules actually are prepared in many ways on our end, but it's not going to go anywhere unless the right incentive structure is put in place. And then lastly, I just do think that as a whole, people just need to understand the overarching benefits of participating in the capital markets, in that sometimes if you have spare money, sometimes it's good to put it somewhere else where it can earn more, and this is potentially one space where it could earn more. But that said, it could also lose. That's part of the nature of the capital markets. You can win or you can lose your money, but you have to be ready, willing to take on that risk. Most importantly, you have to understand that risk. So that's what I would add.
I think a lot of my colleagues have said a lot about this, so just add a couple of quick points. One is what Henry said in his presentation. Think about not market cap, liquidity. So making sure there's volume turnover in the market, so then the actual amount of invested money means something to the market. Okay, I think that's important to note. In addition to fee structure, having efficient fees and incentives and so forth. But I think we should think about the capital market being an Ethiopian capital market. So a lot of the things that we are trying to do are going to be designed for the country. Okay, so we already have 28 private banks. We already have 16 private insurance companies that are thriving. They're doing really well. Okay, so those are public companies already. They're not in the regulatory system, but they're already public companies. So we already have 40-something public companies that are functioning, highly regulated, being under the NBE. Okay, so we know what can work in the country. So that's a good place to start. Okay. The other thing is, because we're latecomers, the advantage of that is, my phone, I have Teleber on my phone, I see new products every single day. So the idea that, there is 120 million of us, it's probably 130, right? We have a big country. We have a growing economy. So those things, so if we can improve and work on access, how with small amount of money, a large number of people can participate in a capital market, that is a tool that the Westerners cannot teach us. because their idea of a capital market is, large trades by institutional investors. We don't have institutional investors in Ethiopia, so we're gonna have to rely on people, people like you in the room, being the traders, and there's 120 million of us. I mean, those things need to be thought about clearly, and those are the kind of thinking that will bring solutions to this country. I don't think we can go, and say, okay, Rwanda has this and so there's this. Okay, I mean, obviously they're trying to address their own problems in their own kind of setting. So we need to work on our problems in our setting. And I think there's a lot of, I'm very positive about the future of this country, and I think the capital market as well, for just that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I buy into Dostrak's idea. I also have faith in the country as well as in the upcoming capital market. It's just that we just have to learn from those who have struggled so that we don't have to make the same mistake just like they did. And it appears from Rol's discussion that the low-hanging fruit appears to be the state-owned enterprises, obviously, because you just have to convince the government there. The next will be probably financial institutions. So in terms of what Jackson was saying about value proposition, I will go to the next point. Obviously, I will go to the audience. Just one question from me, and get your questions at the ready when I'm finishing this one. So recently the ASX had a roadshow where it was presenting itself to institutional investors. So what was it like in terms of the appetite from institutional investors? And if the required capital cannot be raised from institutional investors, will there be a chance where it will flow down into high net worth individuals and retail investors? Because I think that's probably the first to go through raising capital in a more organized and regulated manner.
Thanks, Jonas. It's not an easy question, but I'll try my best to answer. I'll just describe a little bit about so we formally started as the exchange raising money. So it's, for those of you who do not know yet, it's a PPP structure. So 25% will be through Ethiopian Investment Holdings, which is basically part of the government, and then the 75% will be to the private sector. So last month we did our first formal presentation on the roadshow. So we presented the investment prospects, how the exchange will generate revenue, as well as costs, and really was targeting the banks, insurance companies, because banks and insurance companies play a very central role in capital markets, as many of my colleagues have said already. So to answer your question, maybe to step back, it's good. Why are we looking at institutional investors? I think number one, it's a new entity, so we need a solid member base. So for example, banks who invest in the exchange can also become members of the exchange as service providers, etc. So it's an added benefit. I think it's an added way of learning about the capital markets for a country like ours who's starting fresh, for new companies. So having a strong institutional base helps in that respect. Also, it's open to foreign investors as well. So other exchanges, for example, like Nairobi, other countries, we've kind of had formal discussions, informal discussions, moving into more formal discussions, investing in the exchange, because we want to build capacity on the exchange itself in a relatively short time and learn some of the lessons from other markets so that we can come up to pace. So that's one of the main reasons we've targeted institutional investors, more on the financial sector side. The final results of that will be known. I think we'll do it in phases. We're starting in a domestic market phase initially, but also we'll have a second phase more focused on the foreign side. And lastly, tech providers. So certain tech providers, trading system providers, also become investors in exchanges. So that's another way of kind of getting technology transfer, etc. early on. So these are some of the reasons we've targeted institutional investors. In terms of if not meeting demand, etc., I think the original commitment is from the government to step in as an institutional investor initially now. The one thing I want to add in terms of retail involvement, of course we want retail involvement, we want the public to own shares in the exchange, but I think the idea for that will be down the road as the exchange develops, market matures. Ideally, the trend globally, including in Africa, is that a lot of exchanges have self-listed their own exchanges, the exchange on their own markets. So that's another avenue that people can think about. How can I invest in the exchange down the road? I don't know if I need to add any more.
Yeah, that's excellent. So I think we can collect some questions for the panelists from the audience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and panelists, presenters, everyone. I wanted to take the first chance because I was expecting a lot of hands to be raised from behind. So really, this is, the development of capital market in Ethiopia is taking a center stage in terms of conversation. And we understand that a lot of things are happening. At iCapital, we're also trying to support the capacity development in this regard, as much as we are also trying to understand how this thing is going to work practically. And we have so many questions. And in fact, we have conversations with different organizations and different individuals at leadership level. So many questions come to the front, and I think it's about time to clarify those through discussions and this conversation. So one of the things that I want to ask myself, which is a question to me as well, is that and probably this is directed to Michael first, okay? It's about ASX. The thing is, I understand the model of ownership is to look like the PPP arrangement, and at the same time there is a talk about Ethiopian investment holding is about to get 25%, which is in the proclamation. I understand that too, and 75% is to come from the institutional investors. So that makes it pretty much of a private kind of dominated. I don't know what you can tell us there. Now, my confusion is, if ASX is going to be as a company to be invested on, is it a commercial code-based company formation entity, or is it going to be a state-owned enterprise? Because we usually hear that it comes under EIH. So that's confusing. And if I'm a private person, I don't want to invest on that. I don't want to invest on that. That has to be clear. And that is one of the things that I want you clarify, and what kind of issues to bring forward in the conversation, especially from banks, insurances side. So what do they want to hear? And do they want to hear a company that government owns and steers it as he pleases whenever the government wants? That's not a good pitch to me. So what is clearly available there, and what is the status, legal status of ASX itself right now, at the moment, when you are pitching about investment, on what legal basis companies or organizations or institutions are going to invest? This is one thing that I want to clarify. And let me come back to Jackson from NSE. Can you give us the idea how NSE itself ownership is structured, and where is it right now? So if you can add on that, that would be great. And the other thing for Capital Market Authority that I want to ask is, I know there are directives that came forward. We have proclamations, pretty good, everything is excellent, but you don't talk about incentives. We know the directives, that's good. So always in this country, the problem is that regulations and directives are like, Trinity or something. There is a say like that. I don't know. ህግ መመሪያና ማይጣሱ ነገሮች ከቀበሌ ጀምሮ ብታወሩ, beginning from the lowest administrative level, these are the three things people don't want to hear. So what we want to hear as citizens and institutions is that we want to hear that there are incentives by participating on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the things we want to hear. And we don't hear this in the conversations. And why is that? And also, and if it is not ready, that means the timeline is not accurate. You need to rethink about it, because we haven't heard about the incentives. And Hannah was saying that participation by itself is an incentive. That is long way to come, because I have to first understand where my money is going to be and how I make money. It's not about incentive. I need the incentive. If a company wants to invest, my tax advantage. This is the things, because I think it's important to understand the behavior of organizations and the behavior of leaders, how decisions are made in this country. If we talk about context, is a key important aspect of this. These are the issues. And the other thing is, so again, my question is, I'm sorry, I'm bombarding, I'm just raising questions, because these are the conversations we're having. And I think it's a right thing for everyone to hear in this room and reflect on it. And this is a platform to have that conversation clearly. And to Rose, those who want to participate on the capital market, what kind of corporate governance expectations that they need to take into account? Because you talked about how the functional capital market works. My ask is, our practice, you have tried it in this country, to push corporate governance into practice. It didn't work. I think I have a reason to say that it didn't work the way it was expected. But now, capital market is here, opening up of Ethiopian finance sector is here, and corporate governance of organizations become a key issue to get that credibility. What is your say on that? And finally, in terms of inclusivity of the capital market itself, where are the interest-free banking and those, those accommodated? Where is it? Where is the place and the space for those? And MSMEs, startups, do they have fit? Any chance from this coming capital market? I think it's enough. Thank you very much.
Actually, Dr. Gammachu asked a lot of questions, and he took up a chance for like a couple of people. So let's just deal with that, and then we'll go to another round of questions, okay?
I'll start. Good questions. By the way, I just want to say this. This is why we have these forums, because we want to get all these questions. Because things like liquidity, etc., that were cited earlier, these are things that keep us up at night as well. So we're very cognizant of it. We're very open to questions. So to answer, I think you asked, is it so it will be a share company, ESX. So from day one, it's going to be according to the commercial code, etc. I'm not a lawyer, but it will have a memorandum of association. It will be a typical share company. And actually, I need to state very clearly, the 25% expectation can be lower. It doesn't have to be, it's not fixed. That's actually a maximum. So depending on the investor interest, etc., that we see over the next couple of months, that share can be reduced through EIH. With the eventual thinking that it will be fully private. I mean, like I said earlier, it's ideally the exchange will list itself totally, so 100% entity, a business entity. And a lot of countries, this is how stock exchanges have started, by the way, and that's one of the ways the governments have supported the formation of capital markets, is they've been government-owned and slowly transitioned into the private sector. The current legal status, so we are formally being established through EIH, so our initial capital, initial shareholders, it's been approved by the EIH board as we speak. It's a matter of legal final paperwork processing. So we will be a formal company as we're doing our roadshows, etc. over the next month or so. It will be a formal company with the initial 5 shareholder, requirement according to the commercial code. So that's how we're discussing with investors, the banks, etc. We'll have our investment memorandum out probably in the next 4 weeks or so. So that's a formal document doing the share offering. So that's kind of an exact update if you need specifics. I think those are the only questions addressed to me. Incentives?
Dr. Gemesho, I wish I was on the other side to ask those difficult questions to him as well. I think ours is a bit of an emotive journey. I can tell you for sure where you guys are starting. It took us 5 years to agree on the structure of the exchange. We were formed as a mutual entity. So it was more of a club of a few stockbrokers coming together and doing business across themselves. Fast forward, we chose that we want to create proper corporate governance structures, and that is the time Los was talking about trying to separate the ownership, trading lights, and business itself. And that is where the exchange faced the biggest disunity, if I can use that word for lack of better ones. Because you can imagine, for more than 40 years, the exchange was owned by 18 stockbrokers. Now, the corporate governance code of practice comes and says you can own only 25% as a block. So the journey started, we wanted to do a lot of push and pull. The regulator was very keen to have us becoming a properly structured organization, and the government was also having interest. And this was informed by the experience that we had gone through of stockbrokers collapsing in issues related to lack of corporate governance. So fast forward, we were able to navigate that journey. It took us, I think, 7 years to structure the shareholding that you're tasking, Mikhail, within 6 months to structure. Then after structuring the shareholding of the exchange, the biggest challenge was allocation. Remember, there were members who were doing business, who were part of the original shareholding, who had collapsed, who their ownership was under the Capital Markets Authority through the receivership. There were people who were the trading participants who were doing business, and there was staff and the other entities that were also keen, including government, in the ownership structure. So as we sit right now, one of the things that I'm very excited is, Mikhail, you should be the first company to list at the exchange. They should list their own exchange in the exchange since they will be properly structured. It's a show of goodwill. NSE is a business entity, is 100% a public company, listed in its own exchange. Who are the major shareholders? The major shareholders is a private non-Kenyan investor. So our major owner of the exchange is not a Kenyan investment company. Then it is followed by, of course, the government. The government at stake. During the allocation, they were allocated, I think, 5%. Then after that, we have the employees. And one of the things that I always say that was the biggest thought process, because those can tell you we might not be very loyal. But now that we are owners of the exchange, we really just do business because we benefit from what the proceeds of the company is making. So there is what we call employee ownership scheme, which owns or has been allocated a percentage equivalent to 3 or 4%. But what happens is that as a senior member of the exchange, when you get like bonus, you're given the bonus 50% in money and 50% in shares. And those shares, they vest in a period of 3 years. So for instance, since if I was given bonus in May, I have to confirm to my employer I have to stay for the next 3 years so that I can get those shares. And remember, I've paid for them. So it's more of creating knowledge base and also retaining the staff. Then in terms of trading, you notice that the ownership of the exchange becomes very tricky when they are vested interest. As a country, you have also to protect the interest of the locals in terms of saying that what we are selling to the public is actually not a tangible asset. So you notice the governance structure that was put when Lowe's and Tim were at CMA helped us a lot in terms of the ownership. But today as we sit, we are a business entity, we are a commercial entity, we do business just like Safaricom is doing, Kenya Power is doing, so we are happy. But the most important thing is the key stakeholders were taken care of. But over the time, what has happened is that it has even become easier. Initially, for you to actually become a trading participant when it was locked, you could not lay something less than, I think, 25,000, almost 25 million. That's like how much? In Kenya shillings, in dollars, like 250,000 USD for you to get just a trading seat. So we are a public entity. I wouldn't be expecting that and maybe some of you can buy shares of the exchange to also experience what's the benefit of investing in the market. But the most important thing for Ethiopian, from the structure that I've seen you explaining, is government is also very keen. So 25% is a minority, but you have to be very clear, as Dr. Gemeshwa said, who owns the exchange. We are very clear, our exchange is a public entity. If you look at Rwanda, they went through the same phase of making sure that they are starting as a public company from the word go. But it doesn't have to be owned by everybody. In the initial stages, a few serious investors can own it, then you liquidate or you release the shares as and when need be. Thank you.
Okay, staying on the same topic, just want to hear the experience from TSX, if Henry is still with, yeah. Henry? Can you share us your experience in terms of TSX?
Yes. So our case is the way I heard Ethiopia's route, it sounds very close to ours. So basically, ours started as a guaranteed company guaranteed by shares. Sorry, shares limited company by guarantee, shares by guarantee, and then with the government as one of the guarantor. And then over time, if you saw my timeline there, around 1998, it was when it was incorporated. And then it was in 2014, demutualized, where government now had to release a good portion of the equity to the public, and it's self-listed. And the majority currently is actually the public. So a few stock brokers own it. The intermediaries, some of the intermediaries are part of the owners, but the 58% of it is owned by the public, including us. And then there are a couple of other small, relatively significant shareholders, with the government with around 15% only. And it's purely operated as a private entity. I think you cannot avoid, and especially in a scenario like Ethiopia. So if you look at the Kenya, it sounds something similar to where larger market like New York Exchange started, where you had brokers meeting under a tree every day to exchange transactions and do something, and then later on they realize, can we formalize this and have something formal to do a trade? And that's how for example, the New York Stock Exchange started many years ago. But if in a scenario like how you don't have a vibrant private corporate entities with ownership and exchange of ownership and units in place, and the government is trying to actually support the growth of the capital market, initially you must have the government participation to provide that support I was talking about. You remember in my presentation, I spoke about cost of the transactions, to make it very difficult for issuers to issue because of the costs, or for investors to enter and exit the market because of the costs, about the efficiency. So government support will ensure to make that efficiency that is needed to attract participation, including the incentives. And then at some point, because again, let's be honest, where if you put from day one a stock exchange that does not have any company listed in it as a public entity, a limited company limited by shares, then it's expected to operate by self-sustain itself. And if you have fully 100% ownership private investors, that means honestly, where does the stock market make money from? It makes money from the fees and commissions in the process of issuance, and also from the transactions, but also from selling data. So those are the key areas that markets make money on. And you don't have a number of listed companies to actually generate that kind of revenue. And if you don't, that means you need to have shareholders that are consistently injecting equity to support over time, so until you reach a point where you can self-sustain. And that is going to be a tough route to take, and a difficult one to get private coming in at this early stage. So government support is still needed. You will need that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Henry. I think there were two more questions, one on incentive and the other one on corporate governance. Let's start with incentives.
Okay, so the question was incentives, where are they? That was my note. So maybe, I think that's an excellent question. Why aren't you talking about incentives as part of your sales of the capital market? I think that's something that we've been working on as an authority for the last year. So thinking about incentives, you're talking about tax incentives. Interestingly, in Henry's presentation, if you saw it, one of the things not to do was incentives. So there's, obviously, even in this room, we can't even agree, if incentives work or not. But having said that, I think, obviously incentives, if they're well targeted and limited in amount of time, are very useful tools that, capital markets can use to attract, issuers and investors to the ecosystem. We can agree on that. So what does it mean for Ethiopia? Obviously, it's not in the proclamation or the directives, because incentives that tend to be tax related, or so they are really the policy or the venue of the Ministry of Finance. So the idea is, our role is to make sure that all the tax issues that we see in the system to be addressed before the market starts. So some of it is incentives, but even more importantly, there are some kind of gaps in there. Like if you're going to do debt secondary market, but if you don't address kind of stamp duties, where it says, for each trade, you're going to be charged 1% of the value of the debt, obviously you're not going to have a secondary market for debt. So it has to be addressed. If you are talking about, for instance, disparity between capital gains and real estate versus capital gains and you're selling your shares, that needs to be addressed. I mean, there's some glaring gaps that we think need to be addressed. At the same time, we need to start thinking about, like how can we incentivize issuers to come to the market with all the burden of, disclosure requirements, these corporate governance requirements. How do we make it work? But at the end of the day, people come to the capital market to make money. So the companies that come there, they need to make sense as a means of investment, right? So that has to be kind of the underlying baseline. Our baseline should be, we have to create a system where people come to the market because it's viable for the investor and it's viable for the issuer. Okay, so with that in line, then incentives are kind of supporting structures. A tree is going sideways, so you put a little, a support system. The support system cannot be the bark when the tree grows. So I think I think we should look at it like that. I mean, the capital market, you will come to the capital market because you're convinced that's where your future money growth lies. Okay, once I convince you with that, how can I nudge you? Okay, then I can use, maybe a bit of tax incentives and things like that. I mean, if we look at it like a holistic kind of view like that, I think it's much easier to take. But it was something we're working on. So in terms of status, we've already presented a dozen or so recommendations to Ministry of Finance. We have a great working relationship. A lot of it, we've reached an understanding. So now we're working on the details. How do they make it work? Because ultimately it's their decision. Thanks.
I think the last question was to me on corporate governance. But before that, I want to say that I was part of the struggle to list the Nairobi Securities Exchange. We called it the demutualization of the Securities Exchange. And indeed, it was a big struggle. After that struggle, I wrote down, I think, a 120-page report for my master's degree just on that thing. So I think it's online. You can look at it, the demutualization of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. You will see what we went through, the lessons learned, as well as the benefits of having an exchange that is not too tightly held. And I'm glad that they are beginning on the very right note, so they will not do the mistakes that we did in Kenya. So they are moving forward. Rwanda had it easier because we worked together on having theirs demutualized as well, and begin on the right note. Having said that, I was hoping, Dr. Dimenshu, you would not ask that question, but you have asked it nonetheless. And I have to now go to the granular details of what a corporate governance framework would look like for a listed, an exchange. So, what is corporate governance really? Corporate governance, briefly stated, are the structures and processes of leading any organization. Structure. So what kind of structure? All the time, since we've been speaking of the structure of the capital markets. I showed you already at the top is the law and several players that go around the capital markets. And all those players need good corporate governance. From the top to the bottom. At the top, what do companies and players in the capital markets need? They need a board a member of boards or a board of the company that sets the strategic direction of that company, number one, that capitalizes that company optimally, that gives instructions and mentors management to perform well, and that is totally committed to govern the company well. So that's at the top in corporate governance. Number two, you would then need to look at the structure of the organization. How are you going to structure your organization for success, for posterity, for it to be there in 10 years? Because people are not going to invest in order for them to exit next year or after 2 years. So the structure, top board, management that is empowered, that is educated, that's supported, that has got capital, and that knows what it is doing and is doing it and reporting back to the board, and then the board reports back to the owners who are the shareholders. So that's the number two. So board at the top. Second is structure. The third thing you will need is the internal controls of the organization. The world is about money. Since we came here yesterday, we've been talking in all these roundabout circles, we've been talking about money, making money, profitability, sustainability. So internal controls are so important in any corporate governance structure because they help you, number one, create products that are sellable. If it is your shares, they are sellable. They are governed well. And then after you get your money, you are able to govern it well. There is no leakage or stealing from the company. So the third element in corporate governance is internal structures. And internal structures or internal controls, things like having a good audit, having a good, having a good structure to report your financial dealings, and having accountants and accounting modules that help you know as a board how your company is performing. After that, one other thing that will need to be really ingrained in terms of corporate governance is treatment of minority shareholders or all shareholders, because the people who will be investing in capital markets, especially, let's just take one instrument, the shares, will be shareholders. How will those shareholders be treated? And I alluded to it. Information given at the same time. Shareholders treated well. Shareholders' assets ring-fenced so that there is no loss, etc. So, especially where I work, the International Finance Corporation, IFC, it is always a minority shareholder wherever it goes. And so we really emphasize on the treatment of shareholders as part of a corporate governance infrastructure. The last is the ESG, environmental, social, and corporate governance put together now. The companies we will be listing are in what we call in law persons. They are living persons under the law. The law creates them. They are artificial, yes, but they live. And how do they live? They live via the people that are behind the veil making the decisions for those companies. And so, accordingly, they must be settled well in the environment as part of corporate governance to ensure that they obey the standards which are set, they govern and conduct their businesses well, in order for there to be continuity. Because if you don't govern your company well environmentally, then what will happen is that either the society itself will punish you. And I will give you a brief story to just help you understand that. In 2017, the IFC had invested in a certain country, in a certain company. And one day, the people surrounding where the company was situated simply marched to the factory and they torched that factory. They burnt it down. And I was among the people that were sent to go and find out what happened. How come the investment we had made so well, we had given a loan, had turned overnight to a non-performing loan because obviously the client was burnt up. And part of the findings was that the company had very poor relations with the environment, the people surrounding. Socially, there was a river flowing through where they were doing the business, and they had cut off the river, and they were using the water. People downstream did not get water. And they started competing with the local community without caring. They were a big corporation with a lot of money. They started growing cabbages and kitungu here is called what? Onions and other small things, and they were now competing very badly with the local market. And the local market got upset, went and torched down that company. And so ESG is very important. It is so important that if a company is not settled well, one day it may fail, and if it fails, it means it will fail on our listing board. So we must ensure that a part of corporate governance, all companies play by the rule of environmental, social, and corporate governance tenets. The final one, and I mentioned it, is transparency and disclosure. Reporting must be done. So that's the corporate governance framework I discussed previously with the team, not today, in another time when we met, and I'm sure they've taken good care of it, but that's the framework that we'll need. I hope I have answered a little bit to what you were asking. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a few minutes to entertain another round of questions. Let's take two more.
Thank you. My question to Rose. I heard a news, I think 10 years before, about Uchumi supermarket. I would like to tell us why Uchumi supermarket failed and why, how, what were your action to be released? You released to NSE again. So can you share the story of Uchumi from corporate governance perspective, as well as the action that you take to release this Uchumi supermarket again? Because it is a lesson for Ethiopian market.
Thank you very much. The whole session was just exciting and it was very interesting. It's giving a lot of hope to the individuals and institutions working from Ethiopia, because we're going to see some of our institutions listed in Ethiopian Security Exchange. My question is, if this capital market is differently set or labeled to entertain our hope and ambition, how it's going to work differently from the banks and microfinance institutions that we have, so that it can benefit the individuals in the rural far areas and institutions working from urban rural areas. What's really there with capital market in substance that's different, designed from the banks and microfinance institutions operating currently? That's my question. Maybe Rose can tell us experience, what was really changed in Kenya before and after the establishment of the capital market. Also, you can add if there is any improvement or change with the foreign currency exchange that are operated formally in banks and informally in the black markets, if there is any benefit regarding that. Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Yared Haile Maskal. Thank you for this opportunity. This was probably many people's pet project for a long time. stock market. I remember Ato Yeswas, Zafu, Zamedine, and many people have been, trying to convince the government to launch a stock market. And then I didn't know about that when I came about 10 years ago. That was again what I did, even with the Dutch stock company. So at the time we did a complete survey of the Ethiopian stock markets, and then what the problem was with the share company, existing share companies. And then I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago, I presented on this conference about the risk and the opportunity. At the time, there was like 80 billion birr worth of share floated in the market, and then out of that, 30 billion was only on the financial sector regulated. As a result, a number of companies, have gone under. Probably out of the 50 billion per share floated around, most of them are, with the exception of a few companies like Habesha Cement, Raya, Bira, Zabidar, and so on. The rest of the share companies were, failed. For example, Addis Ababa Bank share company. Let me just give you a small overview. Addis Ababa Prefab Health, Access Capital, Access Real Estate, Heber Sugar, Shaggar City Metro, Eco Energy Bada, Mulu Maso, Agri Construction, School of Tomorrow, Tumrat Agro Processing, Blue Nile. The number of companies which went because of lack of the stock market and regulation, probably out of $50 billion, probably, a quarter or half of it went. And then also we looked at the issue with the 1960 Commercial Code, what was the reason for all these things. And then it was amazingly, the regulation wasn't sufficient enough to understand all this, the modern day. There was asymmetry of power between director and shareholders, a conflict on the board, lack of control for conflict of interest, no protection for shareholder, does not recognize intellectual property, no provision for share market, it has no disclosure requirement, no sufficient provision bankruptcy and liquidation, even the legal, cumbersome in ratifying article of association, no provision for conflict of resolution mechanism, does not recognize groups and subsidiaries, has no IPO standard, paradise for promoters. So now, I'm really happy to see you on this. So these all things were not a part of the stock market, but the commercial code, the legislation need to be updated. I don't know whether that is out of the remit of the stock market, or whether you have, because both of you are from legal background, what is being done. I mean, because at the end of the day, the stock market is a part of the Ethiopian commercial code. So do you think in your assessment it's sufficiently be revised to accommodate modern trading and so on? So that's why, by the way, I have a full document, like a book, ebook on this topic. If you are happy to read it, still relevant, most of the things, except, the political assessment, what we wrote about 10 years ago is no more relevant, but the rest about this conflict of interest, all the other things are relevant. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So the first question is directed to, I think, Rose. Yeah, first question is about supermarket in Kenya. All right, second question seems to be directed to the Capital Market Authority, Fox. Same is true with the third one, I think. Right.
Okay, so I will give a brief summary of Uchumi Supermarkets, a company that was previously listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange and thereafter delisted. So there is listing, then there is delisting. When a company does not comply with the requirements, whether of listing, actually there is what we call continuous listing requirements, and if it does not then comply with those requirements, it is delisted or it's first suspended from trading, which is a very bad thing, because what happens is that shareholders are not able to trade their shares when the company is either on suspension or ultimately delisted. And so I think, please, I would encourage you to read the negative stories, because Uchumi case is there. You can Google it and you can read it. It's there, the failure, the reasons for failing, everything is there. But part of the things that happened with Uchumi is that they got a board that was extremely ambitious and that expanded the company, I think, without proper strategic thought. And of course, when they expanded, then they were not being sustainable. And at the first time, obviously, because the government was an anchor shareholder, recapitalized Uchumi, and it was returned to the listing at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, and a new team was put in, but I think the odds were already too tilted towards failure that it ultimately failed and it was delisted. The lessons learned from there is that if you are going to be appointed a member of the board of any company, whether listed or not listed, it is your role to critically think about the risk that you bite. Consider it, consider the size of the company, whether the company is able to bear that risk, and then take it. Otherwise, you will actually be very, very prejudicial to the shareholders who are innocent and who you should be protecting as you make the decisions to invest, to expand, to take a risk which adversely affect the company. And so I think I would leave it there, but I would encourage you. It's a free, open case. Please Google it, read it for yourself, and see what went wrong and how not to make companies in Ethiopia go to the direction of Uchumi. Yeah, I hand over to...
So perhaps, may I start with the third question from Ato Yarid, and then perhaps we can go on to the second question. I guess the crux of your question is that there really is a substantial overlap between the commercial code and the stock exchange. That's correct. There's a substantial overlap also in the regulatory framework. But what we have to bear in mind is that there is a purpose and objective in the commercial code that's fundamentally different than the rules that underpin the stock exchange. So the stock exchange will have its rules that emanate from us as the authority, and then it will have its own rules as it relates to the requirements for securities to be listed. So let me start with the commercial code. The commercial code, as you know, has been recently updated. The sufficiency of its updates, I presume it is sufficiently updated. But again, bear in mind that the commercial code governs a wider range of company activities. Some things that are just, for which the capital markets laws would be a subset thereof. Okay, so in the first point, in terms of the areas where it can overlap, there are areas of overlap, for example, for the manner of share issuance, for example. Both laws will deal with share issuances, but obviously they're coming at it from slightly different perspectives. So in that regard, obviously, we have to work closely together. The writers and the builders of that law and us will have to work closely together. But that's not different in any other country. Any other country will have company law, and I'm sure Rose can speak to that. Company law will tell you, how many directors you may need or how to call a meeting. And then you will have specifically securities laws. Now, the key is to make them work well together, work in a complementary fashion. And I think there were areas that you highlighted in terms of managing conflicts of interests. I think for the most part, I think you were talking about issues that we would cover in terms of company behavior, company conduct, things that could be covered by corporate governance. In some jurisdictions, you'll have higher or heightened corporate governance requirements for companies that are listed as opposed to companies that are simply public. So, we need to make clear what those distinctions are, and then I think that's, part of our work, part of the reconciliation work, I should just add. I hope that answers your question, or at least indicates that we've taken it to heart. Okay. And then to the gentleman who asked about the difference between banks and microfinance institutions and how the capital markets is fundamentally different from banks. At the end of the day, it's all about having some sort of financing. So a person goes to the bank to get financing, a person will go to the capital markets to get financing. This is just another means of financing. It's not intended to get rid of banks, because we do need banks, but this is just a different degree. And we tend to think of this as being perhaps more longer term, and more of an investment-based decision as opposed to, well, I should say, it gives you a wider base of people to share your financing with or tap for financing. So, for example, if you're doing an offering of shares to a wide range of people in the public, you may be able to raise more than what a bank would be willing to give you. For example, if you are a new entity, the likelihood of a bank giving you a loan to fund your new business is very slim, particularly if you have no asset to secure your loan. That might be very different in the capital market space, because somebody might just latch onto your idea. You know, Facebook was an idea at one point. It's valued a lot more now, as was Twitter. There's so many of these examples that you can see in the Western world. There's no reason why it shouldn't exist also here in some form. So this is just to say this complementary form of financing is what I'd like to say to that question. Sirak, maybe you can add more to.
Sure. On the third question first. So I think that is, you know, a lot of people have been burned with these companies. You've listed a lot of them. So the reason, I mean, I think I give an example, and I've given this many times. So what are the successful share companies that are still, you know, around? Banks and insurance companies. Why? Because they're highly regulated. You know, obviously, you know, bank management, shareholders complain about, you know, the MB's regulation, but at the end of the day, your investment is safe because of those regulations. You know, I mean, I think there has to be, you know, you have to kind of give credit for some of it as well. I mean, it's just high regulation. So that's what we bring to the market. So public offering, what's going to come to the market is going to be highly regulated in terms of disclosure, telling people what the risk of the investment is, which hasn't been happening. People have been telling you, I mean, even, you know, you can see it on TV today. So our public offer regime is coming. What that means is we will be, you know, kind of stringent on what you can say and what you can't say. You have to justify anything that you say and tell people about the risk of your business. When people make a decision to invest, risky or not, it's with the understanding that, you know, this is worth it or not for me personally. So that hasn't been happening. So I don't think, you know, in terms of the commercial code or our rule making a difference, I don't think that's the issue here. I think the issue is there hasn't been a regulatory mechanism for the public issuance of shares, or we haven't had that much debt, but shares basically. So I think that will address a lot of these concerns. I mean, I think we need to say more of this in public, because people, you know, a lot of people have been burned with this, right? So I think in terms of the second question, I think there was a question that wasn't answered of yours, inclusivity. Okay, how do we make it relevant for a majority of this country? You know, because not everybody lives in the city. Yeah, so we have a big city, and I've said it earlier, you know, 120 million, how many are living in, you know, in a country that, you know, the size of ours? So we have to create mechanisms to make sure the capital market is relevant by necessity as well, because we don't have kind of the institutional investor base that other countries have. Instead of, you know, if you think about pension funds, we have a very small pension fund relative to even our neighbors. It hasn't been around for many years. So, and our insurance kind of portfolio is not long-term. So they can't put long-term investments in. These are the traditionally vast majority of a capital market. In our sense, we have to involve everybody. So it has to be like 10 million people pitching in, 1,000 birr each. A lot of people can do that. You know, if you can convince them that this is an investment in so many years, and this is what you're going to make. Instead of putting it in your bank and you're earning 7%, a portion of it you can invest in something, right? Equity, debt, this mix of products. So I think that's the kind of work that's ahead of us. I mean, that's how we're going to involve people and make it cost efficient. I think the fee issue is relevant here. So if the fee issue is addressed, which means we use kind of platforms that are in the market now, you can trade on your phone, so then, you know, the expense of trading is minimal. In the US, most trading is zero. Why? Because it's really, they're making money from your deposit of trading money in the account that you open. The charges are zero. It doesn't matter if you trade $1 million or $10. So we have to come up with a way that works for us, that addresses kind of the situation that we have, 120 million spread out, not a lot of institutional investors, and then design a system that addresses these gaps. And I think if we can do that in some way, it's going to take time. I'm not foolish. I mean, I understand this is going to take time, but we can do it. I mean, I think a lot of this can be done. So I hope I answered your questions.
Okay, I'm told we are just about out of time, so I think we need to wrap it up. So I would like to thank the fantastic panelists for sharing your experiences and thoughts. I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me to moderate this session. And finally, I would like to thank the audience for your attention and your questions. Thank you very much. Please, one more big round of applause for the panelists. Thank you.